There we go.
Okay. All right, I'd like to call this meeting of the Newington Board of Education to order. The date is June 12th, 2024, and the time is 7:02 p.m. Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Deb, would you please call the roll?
Here.
Here.
Sean Halloran.
Here.
Anthony Neely.
Here.
Here.
Sam Sharma. Here. Jessica Weaver.
Here.
Anastasia Yack.
Here.
I have everyone here except Mr. Newton.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to open up the floor to public participation on any matter related to board responsibilities. If you're in the room, you can come up to the end of the table, or if you're online, you can raise your hand to be recognized. Okay, seeing none, we can move on to our consent agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented for the May 29th, 2024 meeting.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I'm just going to abstain because I wasn't at this meeting. Thank you.
Any opposed? All right, it passed with one abstention. 7. Okay, new business. Dr. Brummet, I'll turn it over to you for the first introduction.
Wonderful. I would like to invite Mr. Myers to the podium, or the seat actually, for a discussion on middle school sports. But before he gets started, I wanted to acknowledge Miss Olivia Ferguson. She is sitting right behind us. She did a wonderful presentation about middle school sports. And because of that, we are doing a presentation as well as some comments previously by Mr. Phelps. I did link her presentation into my presentation, but it's not. There it goes. Go back to it just so you can see what it was. It was actually for a project, but then her principal, Mr. Lambert, advised me about it and she wanted to meet to discuss it. So she went through something for her, why she thought middle school sports would be very important. So, oops. So because of that, and just because we do, as the board has heard before, value student input and voice, we wanted to then at least consider and hear what our athletic director has to say about it in his expertise, knowing about sports statewide. So I will turn it over to Mr. Myers.
Dr. Brummet, thank you for inviting me here tonight. Ms. Parani, thank you so much. I mean, when we first originally discussed this, the topic, obviously every town, every district handles, middle school sports and activities from a different lens. So Dr. Brummet just kind of asked me to come and provide some basic overview of what middle school sports might look like, and things to consider, from a board perspective, from a district perspective, and from a community perspective. Obviously, sports is a big part of my life and the world that I live in, and the positives of, social, emotional, physical growth that come for our students through these opportunities are endless. And our students are going to grow. We see it at the high school. Their focus on work ethic, their time to commitment, always increases, and it really allows them to gain that school and community engagement. So when you talk about, middle school sports, obviously the things that are going to grow would be your school culture, your connectivity from those students to the school. And really it will be, would be a training ground for them to kind of get an insight into your interscholastic competition, which will allow our students to compete against, potentially other towns, but also amongst each other. So these are things that we do at the high school already. And obviously from a middle school perspective, it would be something where they would get kind of a training ground and have that base. some of the things that obviously would want to consider from a school district perspective, are things like what would be the impact on our Parks and Recreation program. We do offer a pretty robust program through the town. So, would there be a negative or positive impact on those programs and involvement? That would be something that we would want to make sure. Newington does have a stronger Parks and Rec program than other towns have. So, what would we have kids that would participate in middle school sports and then potentially not participate on our Park and Rec programs or our town programs? And now, what are the sustainabilities of both of them? And other towns obviously do have these programs, and they kind of are successful at different levels. And a lot of that would have to be what we think in Newington would be something that would be, supportive for us. The other piece, obviously, logistically, you're talking about use of facilities. So this is something that, we would just want to make sure, what are the spaces available? What are the upkeeps of the expectation of those facilities? Obviously, each school has areas and what is going to be the maintenance and upkeep for that, for grounds. I guess we would have to reach out a little bit and find out from their perspective what they would need. I know that from a high school perspective, it is challenging for them to keep up with everything that we presently have. From a high school program, we offer every CIAC sponsored sport. So we do have a pretty robust program at the high school as well. So we do demand a lot of our Parks and Grounds program. So if we did add additional activities, what would that impact look like? And what would that, be for them? Obviously the most challenging, view of this would be the financial impact, and what that has upon the school district. And that's something that, the Board of Ed has always been very supportive of, our activities and our programs outside of just the classroom, and those things that add to school experience. And just to give, some basic, just looking at, say, one of our neighboring towns. So Berlin has middle school sports. So if you just go and look at their, base contract and just go look at their basic salaries and their contract schedule, for one middle school, the total comes to $63,000 in contractual obligations for that. So if we were going to run programs at two middle schools, the understanding that would, we would have to take into account how many sports we would be wanting to offer and then what those contracts would look like. The other things just to consider: uniforms, insurance, storage, transportation, officials, supervision, athletic trainers, game workers, just things like that will go just above and beyond, just to make sure that we're planning appropriately, just so nobody's surprised, as we move forward into the opportunities. But again, we offer high school sports is a tremendous experience for the kids that go through it. I know that, we try to do our best to provide a worthwhile experience. So extending that to the middle school level, would be something that I think we could do a pretty good job at. And I think it would, make sure that we are engaging those students in their school community. But there are a lot of factors that do run into that. So, that being said, is there anything that, I could offer additionally, maybe as insight, or any questions that the board might have for me?
Mr. Halloran?
Looking at middle school sports, can you maybe identify which sports potentially could be offered at middle schools and which sports wouldn't be?
So that would be something that we would have to decide. Every school kind of varies. Some schools do offer intramural programs for some of their sports. So, that is a path that we, could also look into. We do have two middle schools, so, we could provide actually some inter-town competition at a basic rate. I mean, that would look into just looking for intramural advisors, that'd be willing to oversee those programs. So if you're looking at like a Berlin or a Cromwell, they offer 11 sports, both male and female. So, they do offer more or less, 3 or 4 each season. So it would have to be kind of what we decide we would want to move forward with.
Would I be safe to assume that neither one offers football at the middle school level?
No middle school football. No middle school football. So I was actually talking to our football coach and years ago, there was. But again, the financial obligation that goes with running a middle school football program over the years has become even more taxing. So those leagues kind of went away. And we do, again, there are many, in sports has kind of grown to where there are a lot of travel AAU outside programs where our students go and play and participate. And football is one of those where that's where they live,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Yap has her hand up, and then Ms. Beatrice.
Hi, thank you for coming in and discussing the middle school sports. I don't really have a question, more of a statement. Growing up, I did also play middle school sports. I played soccer. So I just want to say that, that is something that I think we should consider. Middle school sports, foster friendships, allow you to discover new skills. I mean, we played soccer, did track and field. I think it definitely helps students develop communication skills, cooperation, the ability to work harmoniously with others. So I do think it's a great idea. I also do agree that we'd have to kind of figure it out, but I just know, like when I grew up and I went to middle school in Britain actually, and we had like soccer, we had, I don't know how expensive that is, as well as track and field. But I have a question in Weathersfield, because I know it's in our dirt. Do you know which sports they offer? Is it soccer and track and field, or do you know exactly what it is?
So I'll give you from, from like a Berlin Cromwell perspective, just because those are the two that I happen to look up. Both soccer's, cross country,
Yeah, track.
boot two basketballs, wrestling, baseball, softball, and track.
Okay.
And then intramural volleyball seems to find its way in. Some schools do have interscholastic volleyball, but it's kind of few and far between. It seems like most kind of work, if you have a two-town high school or two-town middle school, they'll kind of have inter-squad play. But again, that reduces, the other consideration is transportation. I mean, right now, obviously, we run our own transportation. And we work very closely with our transportation to make sure that they can provide our high school sports with trips. So I can tell you with pretty certainty that we would need to expand because right now we work closely to move a lot of contests and periodically there's, weather issues and changes. So we would have to probably look at, adding staff and potentially to that.
Well, I think it's a great idea. So that's what I want to end with. I think it's a wonderful idea to add middle school sports. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Mary.
I have a question about coaching, actually. At the high school, if I'm not mistaken, it's coaches come to us from other places. They aren't necessarily the PE teachers or how do you envision the coaching piece of it? Is something that the gym teachers would be responsible for, again, working with people that come to us from the outside?
I can pass this over to Mr. Farisi.
Right now, currently in the teacher's contract, we have a whole section on coaching and coaching stipends and the cost of that. So I would imagine that we would have to work with the association to discuss that going down to the middle school level.
In addition, I know there's for a lot of sports, a strong booster network. Is that something that we could be looking at to assist in the middle schools, getting more parent involvement and doing something like what they do for sports boosters at the high school, maybe fundraising and those types of activities or assisting?
I mean, I would envision a very similar outline. The challenge, and this is, one of the things that becomes very taxing and it's a tough conversation. We offer many sports and many activities that are already running fundraisers and looking for, donations and things from our businesses, which have been fantastic. As we continue to add, the other challenge would be maybe adding, if you add 11 or 12 more booster clubs that are now going out in the community and we're all asking at the same time for the same things, it becomes very stressful for a lot of business owners who do, support our programs regularly. But I would envision it being very similar. And in regards to the coaching positions, those positions do go open and become available and you apply for those positions. And we go through an interview process and then those individuals serve as those roles. What I will tell you is, we love having our teachers or school staff, but a large variety of our coaching staff is from outside our school community. So we're, interviewing folks from all over that give our programs the best opportunity for success for our students.
Consistent with what we have in mind for the high school, essentially.
Yes, yeah, you're welcome.
Dr. Brumett?
Yeah, Mr. Myers, could you describe the difference between what would be required of a full-out middle school sports program monetarily and other requirements versus an intramural program?
So if we were to go with a full interscholastic athletic program, the expectations would be daily practices, transportation needs to obviously go to other communities. We would have to work obviously to get ourselves into a league. And then once in those leagues, you're probably talking, 10 to 12 contests, depending on, that transportation. We obviously have the contractual obligation that would go, to those coaches to meet, the necessities that go in, and that kind of, just kind of talks back to the contractual obligations that we looked up in regards to the Berlin stipends. Obviously, we need insurance, so, we would need to look at what that would entail to expand our coverage, through middle school. Obviously, we'd have to have equipment that would meet standards. So more practices, more games, we would obviously need, more equipment that would go for that. Obviously, uniforms, we would need to make sure that we'd have. Right now, we're on a 5-year cycle, which is actually pretty long for the high school. So I would imagine we would go on a very similar cycle for the middle schools. And if you were looking at it, it would probably end up anywhere between, $4,000 to $6,000 per school each year, just on a rotating basis to make sure that we're, keeping up with those. You're also looking at entry fees for events, depending on the different contests, officials fees that would go along with that. You would then be able to provide students with an opportunity, though, to, go out and compete against students from other towns, which would be, a different experience that we would provide. And then it's, it would really mirror a little bit of what the high school does look like. In making sure those opportunities are available, but it is obviously much more intensive. From an intramurals perspective, as a school, as long as we have advisors, it would be a discussion of what that compensation would be. Obviously, the practice schedule wouldn't need to be as intense, which would lower your expectations for equipment needs. Because it's an activity and not an interscholastic sport, we would obviously want to look into what those connections would be, but I would imagine the impact would be a little less if you're talking about insurance-wise and things of that nature. We could also talk about stuff more like T-shirts. And if we do have 2 middle schools, which is beneficial, because we do offer kind of inter-town competition if necessary. But, I guess the ultimate question is, what are we truly trying to provide with the experiences? Are we trying to engage kids in their school community? Can we do that through our intramurals? You can. Is it different? Yes. Will it look different than interscholastic athletics? Of course it will. But, ultimately, what are we trying to meet? Are there, the other big question is, other students who are not playing a sport because they're not offered in middle school? That's probably one of the key questions that as a board and district, we would need to identify of just, what would be the demands, in students that don't have those opportunities outside of, middle school. I think there's a lot of implications that could come, and it's probably a bigger conversation to have with folks of town organizations as well, because families might not want to send their child at 2:30 or 3 o'clock to play a sport until 8 o'clock because they have another program that they're already a part of, and then they have to make a decision, and it's kind of a pull and tug right there. So it becomes a challenge.
Ms. Weaver and then Mr. Halloran.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's just a large question of multiple angles and lenses we look at this with, right? So like we have our budget. I'm trying to think of a ballpark range of compared to the line item for athletics we have now, which is non-encompassing of all the costs of athletics, right? Because it is supplanted by boosters and all those other things. And then how that would be reflected in middle school, obviously 2 schools, but I guess same amount of population that will feed up to. So I'm just trying to figure out kind of like ballpark budget, what that would look like. And then also to the universe, obviously it's not all of the class L or class M that has middle school sports. So just kind of like the universe of middle school sports that would be, I guess, in our range. It wouldn't be reflective of like school size, I guess, or geography. I'm not sure what's the organization
Very
around middle school?
sporadic.
Okay.
It's very sporadic. And to be honest, I mean, one of the challenges, obviously, like right now, you're going through times where towns are cutting middle school sports.
Right.
So, leagues are kind of adjusting, and a lot of times, towns will make relationships, and we'll play you home, and then you come to us. So we'll schedule a home and home, and, we'll give an opportunity for teams to play. So we would have to do a little research as to where we would be. I think there are some towns around us that do offer, so we could, maybe temper those engagements and see what that schedule would look like. But, it is going to be a little bit, it was I think it was a challenge for many districts. So you did see some schools of middle school sports, be eliminated, for financial reasons. And then, what kind of comes from that? Maybe there are spots available in other leagues, or maybe there are chances to go and move into those spaces.
Okay. Yeah. I'd just be curious. I'm like, this is not.
It's not the
CIC,
same. It is not the
just sort
same.
of like organization.
No, it's not the
Okay.
same. It's a little different world, but obviously you have standard relationships that you
Yeah.
do follow up with schools, and then those can be carried over, year after year.
Okay. And I guess my other question would just be, we obviously have a good relationship with Parks and Rec and all these things. And just how that impacts town side budget versus our budget, and how those funds would look. And then in terms of, have you seen like good or bad, just curious, if, a town has a middle school sports, does their Parks and Rec not have any programs as well? Or are they running in parallel, or I guess it's all case by case dependent and very random?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
again, it's going to depend on each town and district. I think that's, you really just have to decide what, as a district and a community, what fits you best. I do think that our Parks and Rec does do a pretty good job at offering, opportunities for the kids in town to participate and have a connection to, the benefits of sports. And that's one of the key, critical pieces to it. You can look at other towns and communities. I guess it's just a matter of what, each
Yeah.
individual community thinks is most beneficial.
Thank you. Mr. Halloran.
But just for the record, I am in huge favor of trying to get sports in the middle schools. I played sports. That's really where I found my confidence. I think that's a big thing, and is along the lines of teamwork and being a little selfless. I'm wondering if looking at Berlin and Cromwell, are they offering sports at every grade level? Because I'm potentially seeing a solution where maybe we're offering it to maybe 7th and 8th, and maybe not 5th and 6th, to offset some of those things. I don't know if that's an idea.
So, I mean, of the programs I have, it's offered to the middle school students.
Okay.
Now, I mean, is there preferential treatment to upperclassmen? It depends on the school, the coach, the program, how that's run. I haven't necessarily asked that question to other athletic directors or folks around, so I don't know what the direct answer is. But of the folks that I do have a relationship with, it's their middle school sports. So all students who are in middle school have an opportunity and access to it. But there are cuts, and there are program limits and levels that you need to meet. So, we would just continue that same practice that we do at the high school, I would imagine.
Yeah, and I think that's part of where I'm thinking, because we go 5 through 8. It's going to be almost impossible for a 5th grader to get onto a team that's offered to 8th graders. So it's almost like, is that our fruitless endeavor? Just to know that maybe we can consider that going forward.
Brittany, go ahead.
As we were talking about this, I just Googled to see what's going on. Yesterday, Berlin adopted additional funding for the middle schools, so their budget's $121,000 for middle school sports. And Hampton, today, actually, an article just came out. They put it through, but only because Quinnipiac funded them for 3 years.
I can't ask this.
Yeah, let's get some central funding. Actually, Olivia, did you want to add or say anything? If you do, you can come up to the mic. We would love to hear from you. You can come here to Jessica or use the mic up there.
It's okay, thank you. Like the main reason that I wanted to bring school sports, like the topic of like middle school and stuff like that, is because not only will it add like communication and participation, but like some students don't get along and stuff like this. And it's about like pride in yourself and in your school, and having school sports would benefit that. And travel team only takes a certain amount of students. And so having like the travel team in your school and also the rec program, if you want to like get better so you can participate in these sports. So I think the rec program would still thrive off of like other students who can't fit into travel or school quite yet. And I think that's it, like, that I wanted to say. So thank you for considering it.
Sorry, question. I had a question for you, actually. You heard that Mr. Myers mentioned that there's like intramural as a possibility. So like if Martin Kellogg and John Wallace played together, like what would be your thoughts about that?
So my thoughts would be like, that would be a good opportunity to like get to know the other students from the other school leading into high school. So when you start playing on like teams together, you aren't like total strangers. So you already start like getting the feel of the other school and some of the other students to prepare you into high school.
Thank you so much. I'll just say thank you, Mr. Myers, for coming, and Olivia also for this presentation. I was able to read it earlier, and I think it's fantastic. So great job on your presentation. Yeah, I definitely think there's a lot for us to consider. Obviously, the money impact is a huge thing, the budget, where it sounds like it would be over 100,000, probably more for both middle schools for a full program, but we could also consider not offering every sport, or the intramural idea where we could, like Olivia said, have the two middle schools kind of have a little friendly competition, but then, they might be future teammates in high school, and it would just strengthen that bond of the team. So there's definitely a lot for us to consider here. So yeah, if anyone doesn't have any other questions, I would thank you both for coming. Awesome. All right, our next item is indoor air quality program.
Yes, well,
Thank
not
you.
quite. Thank you so much. And Lou and I had been chatting, and the board has been asking a little bit about the indoor air quality legislation. What are we doing about it? What is currently required versus what has been postponed a bit? So I asked Lou to put together a presentation that would give you a sense of what we're doing right now and what the legislation is requiring us to do, as well as what's been pushed out, luckily, a few years to give us more time. So I'm going to boot this up, and then Mr. Giacomo, the floor is yours.
Okay, good evening, everyone. To start with, also on the screen, the gentleman that you looking in the blue shirt is Jason Plum. He's our facilities director. He and I are going to be making the presentation today. So it'll be going back and forth depending on which section of the presentation we're in. So a couple housekeeping items before we start. I know we sent this out yesterday to everybody. And one of the purposes behind it is some of the material is in a smallish font size, which out of necessity, otherwise we would have had a lot more pages in the presentation. So, if you had the opportunity to look at it up front, that would be great. It's just the nature of what this information is doesn't lend itself to a big, bold, one word description on a document or on a page of a presentation. So wanted to make sure everybody understood that. I think the best way to do is if there's questions, we'll answer them as we go instead of holding them to the end, because this will kind of range far afield, and the person who has a question on slide 3, when we get to slide 30, may not, make sense anymore. And then, other than that, I'm ready to go if you are. So, okay, so slide number 1 after this is, not everybody has a really good foundation as far as what are the key aspects of good indoor air quality. And, there's really 3 parts to it that are the highlighted captions there. So the performance of your heating, ventilating, and air conditioning equipment, the general condition you keep your facilities in, and the environmental considerations, which is the special testing that the state wants us to do around the buildings, which, incorporates mold, formaldehyde, radon testing, and particulates and formaldehyde. So a lot of these are new initiatives starting this year by the state, but it's really much more than just the quality of the air. It's all the other factors that create the environment for what good air quality is. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so the key indicators, the simplest one, and we'll be coming back to it near the end of the presentation, is the actual classroom conditions everybody experiences. There's really 3 key elements to it that are, codified to a degree by the state. And those are the ones that are promulgated by the ASHRAE organization, which is the National Association of Heating, Ventilating, Air Conditioning Engineers. So what they've established as the parameters are, the room temperature or the space temperature somewhere between 65 and 80 degrees, relative humidity below 65%, which is where the comfortable range starts occurring, and that the carbon dioxide level in that area is less than 1,000 parts per million. And that's the standard that they use when, kids start, getting a little drowsy and sleepy because of, the lack of ventilation that's there. The ventilation levels are really a byproduct of the combination of those 3 elements, plus the engineering capacity of the equipment itself. And then a lot of that is evidenced by what we were able to do through our survey system, where we get staff responses for, any and all things that are occurring in their classroom. Okay. The facility condition is part and parcel to this, preventive maintenance, making sure your buildings are getting that tender loving care and attention they need to make sure that, everybody is comfortable. The spaces are inviting. They don't have leaks everywhere. They don't have issues that are, people find, unpleasant or uncomfortable for where they live basically every day during the school year. And the effectiveness of the ventilation is very important. That going back 4 years for the pandemic, when that started, the state issued regulations that they wanted ventilation equipment to operate either 7x24 in certain spaces, and then 2 hours before and 1 hour after your occupancy schedule for the building. So if we're typically 7 a.m. till 11 p.m., that means we'd be running our equipment from 5 a.m. until midnight every day that we were in operation. So those are the kind of the big parameters. And then we have 3 important ways of accessing information and gathering things. Our survey, which you'll see momentarily, that's here, that goes to all our staff. We have what they call energy management or building management systems, which give you the depiction of these key characteristics of what the conditions are in a space at a snapshot in time that's available, realistically 7x24. And in those areas where we don't have the 7x24 coverage, we are augmenting that with a series of, contemporary sensors which track these key environmental and testing parameters that the state wants. That's here. So that's the packages put together. Okay. Next slide is the what's new in 2024. There's 2 parts to air quality as far as the state's concerned. One is true air quality, which is an annual responsibility of the board. And then you have the HVAC equipment side of it, which is a 5-year cycle. So some of the things overlap each other, but the accountability standards are uniquely different for each one. So these are you know, the basic parameters. We can go into this, you'll see more of it later on, so I don't have to expand on it right at the moment. Okay. All right. Then the next part here is just talking about the overall management of our system. So what do we call air quality in Newington, and what are the parts of our operation? So we have 5 distinct characteristics to it. First one's our survey that we broadcast out to everybody. The second part is the survey responses we get and the actions we take as a result of that. Third is the interaction with the outside professionals, the engineers and industrial hygienists to, you know, monitor the air quality and track things and assess things on our behalf. That's here. Our building management systems and what they can do for us, and you'll see some very interesting pictorials of that. And then the institutional knowledge we've developed over the last 20 years, because our survey has been home created, which very much mirrors the Tools for Schools program. And what we found out early on is that it was very tough for our staff members to sustain high levels of activity in this area, you know, to basically function as the eyes and ears. But by putting out a survey that we prompt them electronically through our email system, everybody responds. We have the automatic data collection. So when we close our survey, immediately we're able to run reports and see the impact of what's going on. So these are the 5 pieces to it. Okay. All right. So just going into the details of the survey. Can you move ahead another slide? Okay, so step 1 is our broadcast message to the staff. And I apologize for the size, but would you really want this on 2 or 3 slides to be able to see it big enough? So, but it just invites everybody to participate. It speaks to the responsibilities, staff member by staff member group. It does provide the link to the Board of Ed's own website for indoor air quality and resources, informational resources for our staff, and speaks to being modeled after Tools for Schools. And this survey opened May 10th, a couple Fridays ago, and it's open 1 week to collect information. And then when the survey closed on the 17th, between the 17th and 31st of May, Jason was able to go around, assess everything that was on the survey for preliminary responses, and met with both the principal and the lead custodian at those schools. And so you'll see those results momentarily.
Lou, I have a quick question. When's the first survey done? So the second one's May. When's the first one done in the school year?
Early November. We
Okay.
typically run them concurrently with changeover from heating season to cooling and then cooling to heating.
Okay.
So that way we catch, you know, problems with just system operability as well as, you know, seasonal issues that are going on.
Okay. That was,
Okay.
yeah, that was kind of what I was
Right.
getting at, because I remember Anna Reynolds had a rainy season.
Right.
Hopefully
And
that
we've been
is no
looking-
longer, but
Right. No,
yeah.
right. And this has been done this way for 22 years in Newington.
And my second question is, if a staff member doesn't complete the survey, do we
We
add them
presume
to?
everything is fine.
Okay.
If you don't report, we're not going to come chasing you down. You know,
Okay.
we have just enough built up goodwill over all these years. Everybody knows about the system. They know how to get hold of us if anything goes wrong. And we appreciate their commentary that's here. And they speak about everything. And when you'll see the results, it's not just about, you know, it's a little too cold, a little too hot. They'll tell us everything. So you'll see that momentarily. Okay, so with that, I'll turn it over to Jason, and he'll talk about what we got back for survey results for May 10th, and then the responses that occur after that. Okay.
Hi,
All
Lou.
right,
Thank
here we
you. Yeah, at first I'd like to expand a tad more on what you just said. So though we do this survey twice a year, this is not the only opportunity for folks to reach out, which they do daily. I've got too hot, too cold, broken heating and ventilating equipment. So this is an active way of doing it. And we have the passive way, which is they reach out to their lead custodian, and the lead custodian gets to myself or the HVAC technician. So on the screen here, we have these are the results that we get back when we do the biannual survey. And we get a lot of results. We got 162, I believe, this year. This is exactly what comes off the report. You can see there are columns with issues on the top. So we route those out through the questionnaire that Lou showed earlier. You see room numbers, so we can go find where these locations are at and names of the people that reported them. So each and every one of these items that are reported, I go out to take a look at. Some items are valid. Some items are, boy, I wish we could have air conditioning in the gymnasium, which is, equals big dollar signs for us, and maybe that's not feasible. But each and every item are reviewed, and if they are feasible, they're looked at, especially if we have issues noted in the field. So this is one that we get. You see some, like for instance, at the bottom, you've got all no's. So that person's happy with their environment. The others, you'll see no, no, yes, no, no, no. Okay, so the yes we want to focus on, and we have notes a lot of times that are listed below that say specifically come out and begin looking at this, and that's where we take a deeper dive with myself or engineers or professionals. So if we could flip the next slide, please. Here is yet another example. This is, again, the results that we get back. This is a different school, so this is John Patterson. Again, notes, the yeses are the things we focus on. So flip one more slide, please. So this is an example of where we've, the accountability of where we're going out. We're taking a look at it, and we're signing off. We have a division of responsibility, so you'll see a lot of sign off on here for items that are custodial duties. So these are the lead custodians signing up and say, all right, it was a little dusty, or there was a cobweb in the corner. I've got that taken care of. There's a ceiling tile that has a stain on it. I've got that taken care of. And then you'll see larger items, which would be HVAC issues or smells in the building or something that might be a larger issue. And that's where I'll come out and take a look, and I'll bring in those resources, escalate as needed to find the solution. Next slide, please. Here's yet another example of another school, John Patterson again, where we have the accountability to sign off. It has been reviewed. We're looking at the issues. And I should mention, a lot of times when I'm out, I'll actually run into the person. They'll expand on what they have here for notes. And they'll say, yeah. And also they'll say, oh, there's one other thing I didn't put on the survey. So I will add that, or I will pursue that as needed to try to solve what issues that we have in the buildings. Next slide, please. So environmental testing is one of our elements here. Lou, did you want to take this one?
Okay, yep, I'll jump in at this point. So this is the part where we involve both our outside industrial hygienist company and we've been working with Enviromed out of Meriden for about 15 years. And they take care of a number of the analytics. So if we have an area that's questionable where we feel a mold test is required, or some other, sampling work of some type because of, concerns that have been brought forward to us, they will be handling it. So right here is just a pro forma schedule for what we're looking to do this year with the new requirements, integrated with what we're doing currently. So the top part in blue is what the IH himself is going to be doing. They typically will be doing formaldehyde testing and mold testing. And we're off cycle this year for radon. We just had it done last year, so we have a 3-year hiatus until we have to do it again. The bottom part is our new part, which is the data logging with the sensors. This will be taking advantage of our wireless networking in all the buildings. And we'll be looking specifically to track those 5 items that are on the list here: the temperature, relative humidity, carbon dioxide, which are the 3 main ingredients for good air quality. And then the new state requirements for VOC testing and particulate testing. I'm not a chemist or quite knowledgeable enough to speak in any great detail on those 2 items, but they're part of the requirements, and that's what we have to do. So we're looking, to get those done sometime between August and December. We do have to report by December 31st per the statutes this year in this area. Which one? Volatile organic compounds. And I can say honestly, I'm not really sure exactly what that is, other than I know when I like carpeting, off gases, VOCs to some level if it's brand new. Exactly the chemistry of it, I have to.
Something we don't want in our schools, right?
Right, it's something you want to control if that's an issue. Okay. The next slide is what we're looking to bring in as our sensor units. This is all part of the new responsibility. So we've been investigating and evaluating different units to do this work. This is the one that has come to the top of the list for us. And we're looking to acquire about 150 of these in the end. And it'll take a rotation of probably 3 cycles to do all the buildings once, because we have 150. We're estimating we have somewhere around 450 locations that need to be tested throughout the district. And with that rotation, we should have adequate resources in order to be able to complete that. And it's really cool with graphs and information that's presented off this. With this will be all transmitted to their cloud service, and we'll be able to respond appropriately. So there's a question. Okay.
Yeah, just want to clarify. We've already been like looking at this kind of stuff. This is just a very cool new way to do this in terms of tracking.
Well, we've
some
been
of-
looking at this for about 4 months now.
Okay.
For ourselves, we knew
Like,
these were.
we've been measuring those CO2 and temp. I just want to
No,
make
we
sure.
haven't done it yet.
We haven't done that yet.
That will be here soon. We have our test unit on order right now.
Have we tracked them at any point
No,
in
we
time?
haven't. It hasn't been a requirement. That's
Okay, so
new
this is a
year.
new,
Yeah.
just so people know,
Correct.
but we haven't likely had CO2 as an issue
Right.
in our schools, just
Yes.
to clarify for the public.
Okay, so this is the direction we're going in.
Thanks, Lou. The location of these monitors, the well monitors, they're not going to be in a place where a student can accidentally turn them off. And will we know if one gets turned off?
We've been contemplating how we want to do that. If you think very simplistically, you might get like almost a shower caddy that you'd have for your shampoo and stuff and hang it over the edge of a TV in the room or the whiteboard or the chalkboard that's there. We have to really see the weight and the size and how it would work best. These are going to run on electricity direct to the 110 outlet.
Not battery powered.
They have it as a backup, but it's not for
Got it.
primary source. So we want to make sure that we don't have any issues with the fire marshal or with an attractive nuisance for the kids to want to, experiment with.
And do we get an alert or anything if one is not responding or not
Yes,
recording?
it does have an alerting function in it. I believe that'll go through the Wi-Fi back to the, the control panel on the system. Okay. All right. So that takes care of what we're doing here. Next thing, I'm going to hand it back to Jason. He's going to talk about the maintenance logs and the institutional knowledge.
Sure. So, these are not all inclusive, but an idea of what preventative maintenance actions are taking place out there. We're doing inspections, both in-house and with third parties. We, oil grease, filter changes, which is it's a buzzwords lately. Belt changes and adjustments. We have a lot of belt, electric motor, and belt run equipment, specifically ventilation fans, exhaust fans, and belts don't last forever, and the sheaves below the pulleys don't last forever. So some examples, but not all inclusive, of what we would see in preventative maintenance. Next slide, please. So when we do our preventative maintenance, part of this new requirement is more accountability, more records keeping on when we're doing this ventilation. So, here's an example of where we're going to track specifically filter changes when we do a full review of a building for exhaust fans and specifically what was done on those exhaust fans. We've recently added coding to all of our fans so that we can the vendors or the in-house person can reference exactly what the number is of that fan, and we can keep an eye on units. And if we start to see reoccurrence of issues on those units, they might become they would go on our radar as something, maybe if they're too many repairs might equal replacement. So it's valuable information for our group. Next slide, please. So this is an example of the feedback we're getting back from our vendors when they go out. This is a Ruth Chafee exhaust fan inspection checklist. So the steps here are, we hire a vendor. They go out and they go through every one of our fans. They give us some statistics on the fans. They give us the operational, is it on or is it off? Or, if they can quickly identify what the issue is it a missing electric motor? All right, we need a new electric motor, things like that are obvious. And then we drill in with repairs and with diagnostics after that. So yet another tool for this accountability. The next slide, please. Institutional knowledge. Inventories are something that we've been working on. So these are examples where I personally have gone out and upgraded our inventory, put it into some software that's more legible. We've had some hand written inventories in the past, and as you can see, this digital is more readable. So these are tools that the vendor is going to use, that our in-house person is going to use. These are reference numbers so that we all know what we're talking about. Hey, Mr. Vendor, I need you to go out and look at EFGE fan located here. Well, they now know what we mean, not just the fan that services the indoor and its approximate location. So this adds accuracy and accountability and record keeping to our ability. The next slide is going to be something similar. So this is a rooftop example. So here's where I've walked through each of the rooms in the schools, and I've done this for all the schools to identify what we have, how the heating and the cooling works in the rooms. So here you're going to see on the left the keyed code. You're going to see a blue box. So that's our unit ventilator. You know, that's where we get a lot of our heat from, and that's what those unit ventilators you see are next to the wall. So they provide fresh air. They have an opening through the wall that brings in fresh air. The orange rectangles and squares, those are Mitsubishi most often split systems. So they don't provide fresh air, but they provide cooling primarily and sometimes heating. They're heat pumps or air conditioning split system units, and some radiant heat and some air handling unit zones. So just more inventory and knowledge about our buildings. This is helpful. You know, for right now we have, just this week, we had our new HVAC technician start. His name's Peter. And these type of things are going to get him up to speed faster to understand how the systems work. It's the communication between myself, vendors, and him to understand how we're, you know, what we have and how we're going to approach the fixes. Next slide, please. So Lou mentioned building management systems. So these are what a building management system is going to do. Is it's going to give us the ability to, through a computer, control our temperature, control certain things about our HVAC systems. Very handy to have, because myself, I can do it. The HVAC in-house guy can do it, and vendors can do it to troubleshoot units. It's valuable because we can go in and troubleshoot a unit, and we might have, you see a freeze stat kind of in the middle there, a blue box. The freeze stats sometimes go off. Even in the summertime, they freeze, and that'll shut the whole unit off. We can go in here and occasionally, that's all that's happened, and we reset the button and the unit starts back up and works. Other advantages to this system, I mean, you've got the graphics. You can see this particular unit was heating at the time, so that's why that red color is inside the box where the coil is at. It's called the coil. The air blows across. And most importantly to IAQ, the circle on the right shows these three characteristics, which to me, you know, signify we have healthy air in the room. So we have a space temp that's within ASHRAE standards. It's within a certain range that was given earlier. We have a CO2 on the bottom, which is within a certain range and not exceeding the 1,000 part per million, which is where we start to get concerned. And we have the relative humidity at 23%, which is great. It's not exceeding the 60 or 65%, depending on where you look, for a too humid, uncomfortable space. So this is we can look quickly at this. This is real time, unit by unit, and we can say, all right, this particular unit this day was an A+, right? It's right in its temperature range. It's hitting very close to its set point. It's happily running. And the next slide is going to give you a different look. So this is called, that was called EcoStructure. And this is our Allerton system. So our latest, greatest Anna Reynolds, it's a little more sophisticated. You can see the oranges and the blues on the top right. It's got a lot more going on behind the scenes. It's a very sophisticated system. But again, it has on the circle, on the space status, it's got those three primary, those indicators of good health. So it's got, is my CO2 at the right range? Is my relative humidity at the right range? And I'm hitting the temperature that I am trying to hit, represented by space temp, which is in the circle. And then what am I trying to hit? So my space set point. And I believe that with those in line, and we can flip through these one by one very quickly on the units. We can prove that we have good indoor air quality in the buildings. We do not have the ability I should mention, we do not have the ability to measure CO2, relative humidity, and space temp in all of our buildings. In fact, the two that we just showed you are Martin Kellogg, which we have 80% of covered, and Anna Reynolds, which we have 100% covered. Some of our older buildings, we can see the space temp, but not the CO2, not the relative humidity. And that's why Lou showed you that round unit earlier that had the green line on it. That's the supplemental unit where we don't have that data, where we can prove that we have those three, that triangle of indoor air quality health. Yeah, they're flipping back to it now. And that's why that unit's important. There it is. There's a picture of it on the top there. So that unit is our supplemental unit. That's, where we can only see the temperature in the room. I mean, it does much more. It does VOCs and formaldehyde and so forth. But for indoor air quality, those three items, that's going to supplement us. I'll wait till you get back to that slide we were just at, the Allerton. There you go. Yeah, and you can appreciate the more sophisticated systems these days. The reason it's sophisticated, it runs off a lot of refrigerant, so it's different than a boiler centric or a chiller centric unit. It's got multiple units making heating and cooling. Next slide, please.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Jason. Okay. So now that you had a whirlwind tour around our IAQ activities, and the key points of what we've done is, the really good stuff is we've been able to do the same way consistently without ever giving up over 20 plus years. So we've developed the institutional relationship with all of our staff members that they can know and trust that the survey means something to everybody, that it's not just data collection that just goes into a box someplace. It's actually actionable information that we follow up on all the time. The twice a year survey is well in excess of the state request at this time of just doing it once per year. And by having a really timely 3-week turnaround from when the survey opens to when we're in a position to really take action on different things of 3 weeks, speaks very well of Jason and his staff and the commitment to doing this well. The 4 pieces of the puzzle that we have here, because any one thing by itself would be okay, but by having all of these, intertwined, it comes with a much stronger program when we have our data collection, our institutional knowledge. You can see from our mapping, we're not kind of talking about something kind of over in that area. We can talk exactly about where issues are and where the source of the problem is. The culture that we've brought to the district over the last 20 years on this, and then just our follow-up discipline to, ensure that what needs to happen does happen. Okay, next slide. Okay, what you see here is a chart, and this is the only real outstanding issue with the state right now on the whole IAQ process. The slide that you'll see after this is the list that they published of this is what districts need to do in order to comply with tools for schools. And that list has 6 different checklists on it that are here. 5 of the 6 are fine. The request that they have is please fill out 1 checklist for each of the schools in your district. And we have our 7 regular schools plus transition academy, so we have 8. So that should generate 48 forms. Well, one of the forms that's listed on here is called the ventilation checklist. And that something's not quite right with the correlation of what they asked for in their summary here against what it takes. On this particular ventilation checklist, this is what it looks like to everybody. And again, it's microscopically small type, but I have an area in pink that I highlighted on it. And that says verbatim is please make a copy of this checklist for each ventilation unit in your school. Okay. So it's not 1 for the school, it's 1 for every device in the school. So if you want, you can pass this around to everybody just so they can see what that looks like. But the chart on the page before is pretty close to where we think we have somewhere 800, maybe 850 ventilation devices. And as we were going through this and kind of trying to run through what it would take to do a ventilation checklist, it would be 2 to 3 hours man work time, of time to do one checklist for one device. So multiply that, even if it's just 2 hours and you got 800 of these, you have 1,700 man hours per year to just do checklists. And that's one person full-time, all you're just reviewing checklists. And this would have to be repeated and recycled the following year. So if you start January 1st and actually finish the last device December 31st, on January 1st, you're starting all over again. So it's not really a very good, tool for the benefit of everybody and reflective of what the conditions are. We know we can produce information on real-time conditions in a number of spaces. And when we have the sensors here, we'll have on any one day, probably 50% coverage of the whole school district to do that. And recycling and moving those around during the rotation periods to every 100% will be evaluated, but about 50% at any one point in time. So I have made requests to DAS about that, and they referred that to the Indoor Air Quality Committee for a response. And I've been in contact directly with the Indoor Air Quality Committee at the state and the 2 state reps that are in the lead on that process. So hopefully I'll hear something in the near future. I don't have any answers on this yet, but this is really the potential financial risk for the district, that if that is a requirement that is, they stand on, that means we have to hire one more HVAC person to cover that responsibility. Okay. All right. And that was on the IAQ side of things. There's similar responsibilities downstream. It's not immediate. It starts next year, where you have to do the hardware testing for the actual devices, and they're going to be testing for ventilation rates through a balancing company, and that all the districts are mandated to do that. There is the state grant money to help defray the cost of that, but that's anywhere from a $300,000 to a $500,000 probable expenditure for the town. And if we can get back 50% of it, we'll have that net, but that'll be over a 5-year cycle for that. So that won't be quite as much of an impact in any one year, but it's still a substantial requirement. Okay. All right. And then moving on. Okay. So one slide less, please. If you go back just one. Okay. The recipe. Everybody wants to know the recipe here. What's good indoor air quality? So those 3 key things we were talking about is the relationship of what you're asking your system to produce for temperature against what it actually is in the space, along with the CO2 level and relative humidity, yields appropriation and ventilation levels for the classroom or the building, and it creates good indoor air quality. So that's like the essence of the whole discussion. So with that, I'm done. Anything you'd like to add, Jason?
No, I'm all set.
Okay, very good. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, I'll just say, Jason, the slides that you were showing with the map of every school, I'm assuming every level of every school and the roof and the coding of the units. I think that's really a good resource to have, good artifact. So thank you for doing that work. Do any other board members have any comments? Mr. Holleran.
I actually just found that very interesting. Thank you for the breakdown.
It's sweet, very.
I just want to know, it was very interesting. It's just overwhelming. I do
Yeah.
feel though safer in this room right now
Okay.
because of how much you're doing. So thank you, because it seems
You're welcome.
quite intense.
Okay.
And I appreciate also, it kind of goes to things we've talked about, I think, with respect to Maureen, but the amount that this district does to reach out to the state on certain things. Obviously, it's another unfunded mandate kind of thing there.
Yeah, we've prided ourselves over the years on doing that. And it's,
Yeah. Thank you.
very good situation we've created. So also just in closing, so I do have the winning lottery ticket number for somebody in the near future. And that number is 55,352. And what does that number mean? So when I was showing you the graphic of how many devices there are, 814 that we think it is, and there's 68 check boxes on each one of those ventilation forms. We'd have over 55,000 check boxes to fill out.
I win. I'm gonna be so excited.
It sure does.
All right. Yeah, definitely thank you for, definitely the monitoring that is already in place, like kind of to Jessica's point, like the monitoring that's already in place is good. And I remember back several years ago, there was concerns about Anna Reynolds and you know, I joked about it, but there was concerns, but you know, Environment came in and did additional air quality testing, but I think having the units will, above and beyond put people at, you know, make sure that we have safe air for everyone. Any other? Good. Yes,
I have a
Jason.
question.
Oh, Miss Yap, go ahead. Are you on? We
I'm
didn't
here.
even see your. Okay,
Yes.
go ahead.
Oh, I think.
Oh, you're under a different name.
I
Okay,
don't know
I'm
why I
sorry.
did that.
Kristen Hoffman.
Sorry. I logged into
Okay.
my computer, so sorry about that.
Okay,
so
we were wondering who that. Yep.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I'll log back in again. My friend was using my computer, so now I think that's why I did that. Okay, so question, Lou. I saw that the HVAC indoor air quality grants for public schools were granted. I know round one was September 14, 2022, and the total state, grant awarded was like 56 million, and round two, which is still under, well, I think it's still under review, was like 137 million. Have we taken advantage of that? That's my first question. Yes. I don't know if they can hear me.
Sorry. No, we were not able to take advantage of that. In the budget reconciliation process back in April, the money we were hopeful to have earmarked for applying for the grant as the matching funds for the town ended up being utilized to support the operating budget, so it didn't happen this year. I will be working on a set of grant applications sometime this summer into September. They don't need to be filed for the next round until early December of this year. And hopefully that'll coincide with budget adoption next year where, matching funding can be obtained to move forward with that.
Thank you.
Did you have another question or you're good?
No, I'm good. That was my
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Thanks, Jason.
Sure.
All right. Our next item is an update on the right to read legislation.
Yeah, before I turn it over to Wendy, 2 points I want to make. One is what you'll hear her describe this evening is the culmination of a long bit of research on our right to read reading programs, how we were going to handle it, the waiver being written. It's been a very exhaustive 2-year plus process. And I won't steal Wendy's thunder, but I thought you might like to know that this is probably her last Board of Ed presentation as she heads into retirement land. So I just wanted to make sure you hang on every word because this is her last presentation.
Enjoy every minute of it, as I will. So good evening, everybody, and thank you, Maureen. We had a curriculum committee meeting last week, so I'll have Sean and Jessica chime in at any moment. We had a robust conversation, but I did want to share the highlights with the full board. Over the past 2 years, as Dr. Brummett shared, the literacy leadership team has been reviewing the approved programs as the state has approved them because they've added to the list. This year, we narrowed from the 11 approved down to 3. And then we had a committee of 30 educators join together and do a comprehensive review of those 3 programs. The committee has unanimously supported one program. It's called Benchmark Advance. And this is very recent information. Some of the reasons that this program rose to the top, obviously all of the programs we looked at are aligned with the science of reading because they had to be on the approved list. But this program actually had strengths in the areas where we had made priorities. And that came out of our waiver process last year. So an example of that is in vocabulary instruction. We knew that was a place we were really looking for some strength, and this program has it. That's just one example. A couple of other things that are of note is this program integrates reading, writing, and content very nicely. And the way it brings in the content, the social studies and science topics are directly aligned to our current social studies and science topics. So it will actually support the teaching of our content areas rather than bring in knowledge generation on topics that we don't teach otherwise. So the big thing that I wanted to talk about tonight is that although the state is allowing us to wait until fall of 2025 to adopt a program, because remember, we got the transitional waiver, and so we were allowed to wait a year, the committee strongly recommended that we move forward this fall if feasible. The biggest reason that they brought forward is that, remember that we were writing our waiver to implement the new revised units of study. We don't have them. We are in the old units of study that are not aligned to the science of the reading. So the more they are seeing this comprehensive program that's well aligned, they feel compelled that we should not go another year in the current program. It is very taxing for the teachers because they're then filling in the gaps of the things that they're learning where we don't have alignment. So Dr. Brummett and Lou and I have been putting our heads together over the last several weeks to figure out if this is feasible, and we have come up with a good plan to move forward. This is possible because, remember, we have that Right to Read grant for $140,000. We did a thorough review of the budget for next year, and there's $95,000 worth of supplies that we would no longer need to include next year because they included things like the foundation's consumables. We won't need to use foundations anymore. We had been enhancing our decodable book sets. This program comes with all the decodable books that you need, very comprehensive program. So we're able to re-encumber that money and divert it to this. And then the remainder of the money would come from the open choice undesignated grant. And the way we'd be able to do that is reprioritizing is what we've done. Basically, some of the things we thought we'd be able to do, we wouldn't do because we feel like this is the bigger priority to move forward with. So that all said, some exciting things is this is all to buy the core program. It comes with digital access and the student workbooks for 5 years. So that's also going to be a help over the next 5 years because we won't have to include those consumables in the operating budget for a good amount of time. So we support the committee's decision and recommendation. I feel like it's fiscally responsible because we're able to reprioritize now with the funds that we have in our hands right now, but also that it's the right thing to do for the students so that we don't have to go another year before we get to this program that we've been spending a lot of time, as Dr. Brummett started with, to get to this point. So I don't know if Sean or Jessica want to add anything, or I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
No, I think you did a great job. I was just looking at my notes and you hit everything. But I think one of the biggest points is that benchmark advance is really comprehensive. And I think one of the things we had asked is even if we didn't have to do this, would we go with this program? And it was like an astounding yes. And I think that was universally agreed to. So I think it's definitely the right choice. Found a way to fund it through the grant and using some of the open choice on undesignated grant money. I do love the fact that the core program does include student consumables for 5 years. So that's pretty good bang for your buck, in my opinion. But no, I don't have anything. Oh, did we mention the professional development days for teachers?
I did not, and it was even in my notes. The other thing that it includes is the company will provide 7 professional development days. Some of that will be directly with teachers, like they'll do the initial in-service in August for all staff. And some of the days will be more like a train the trainers, like they'll do a training with our literacy coaches so that our literacy coaches can support the rollout of the program. They have a whole menu of things that they can support us with over the next year to make sure our implementation is solid.
I think we talked about utilizing the majority of the PL days exclusively, or some of the PL days exclusively for that training.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we did. We talked about in the fall, really dedicating all of our time. And then as the year goes on our early release days that are dedicated for department time, that would be totally dedicated to the rollout of the program.
Thank you. I think that covers it. Jess?
Yeah, I was just gonna add, I think one of the great things is that it also is, it kind of fits right into our other studies. So in the social sciences, the real natural sciences and those kinds of things.
Yes.
So it reflects kind of the other areas of studies that we're obviously trying to teach in parallel with these. So I think that was obviously, I know, a stick out factor. So the list seemed to be quite long of pros. So I just wanted to, one, thank you again for all the work that you and the committee did. I think it was quite extensive and comprehensive. And then also knowing to, the inherent question was, and just thank you for going through the cycle of trying to get the waiver and those kinds of things. But ultimately, if this was going to be better regardless, I think that, and I think in terms of also price, this was not the top one. I don't think it was the bottom one, but it was very comparable to anything that we were looking at.
Correct.
Yep.
You got it.
All right. I just want to say thank you. It was very enlightening to read about these science of reading.
Did the committee, 30 educators, that was K through 3 teachers and coaches, or?
It was K through
Interventionists.
4 because the legislation is for K3, but because our elementary schools are K4, we wanted to include fourth grade as well. So we had teachers from all 4 schools, every grade level. We had special education, ML teachers, and a reading interventionist, as well as all 4 of our literacy coaches. And we were supported by an outside organization in doing the review as well. So it was very comprehensive. And by the way, this is my first task, 16 years at central office, where the recommendation was unanimous.
Yeah, that kind of really stood out to me too. And,
Yeah.
it's a no-brainer then obviously that this is the right thing to do, especially since, like you said, it was a unanimous decision and all the stakeholders were included in the process and were able to review everything. Did you ask?
And I think to Amy's question, actually, it's K through 4 too, which is not always common, or I didn't know this, but that it was, sometimes a lot of the materials are K through 3, but this one is K through 4. So ultimately, we're not buying just a 4th grade versus.
Yeah. What you might be referring to,
Yeah.
Jessica, is we were talking about how programs often go K6, that kind of thing, but the word study component of early literacy programs are often K2 or K3. And we have found that as a gap for us, that when we do curriculum writing for ELA for years, we're constantly having to fill gaps in grade 4. And this program actually goes through grade 4. So the 4th grade teachers were thrilled because it's like, and it's all integrated. So, and we usually have to work at that ourselves. So this was a very positive thing to see.
Awesome. And I think your final report to the Board of Ed presentation was a very successful one. And we're gonna miss you very much.
And I will just say, thank you. I do want to thank you all and thank you for those who attended last week. It was a very special evening and I have very much enjoyed working with this board. So thank you for all of your support. And in particular, I have to say to Lou, Steve, and Maureen, because we have a dynamite team. And we go way back. And I was thinking as Lou was doing his report that Steve and I were principals when we were over at the high school having to do the training on tools for schools. And we had to be tested on, as principals, what to look for on the unit ventilator. So this is all just bringing it full circle for me, going out with a bang. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for all the effort too on the whole legislation that came through, because I know you definitely took the lead and there was a lot of waiver, everything that you did. And I think this is a good way to wrap it up for you and hopefully can set everyone else up for success moving forward. So thank you. Okay, what's next? ESS.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite our ESS guest to the podium.
Let's take a peek at the deck here. That's it. If we could go back. Will it show just the live slides? Does
Yes.
that make sense?
Yes, it
Okay,
does.
Okay. Okay.
Are you good down there?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you.
All right, so Marilena was going to introduce our guests from Effective School Solutions. They update us annually on the programs district-wide, and it's been a very, very effective program for us. And I want to remind the board that we were able to leverage our last remaining bits of ESSER grant funds to continue to afford this program next year. So with that, I'll turn it over to Marilena for her introductions.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for this opportunity to share with you the ESS report card for this year. So we have had the opportunity to work and partner with Effective School Solutions since 2018. So we started right before the pandemic and have had an amazing relationship. The program has grown. We started with 2 clinicians at the high school. We then moved to the middle. We added 1 middle school, then we were able to add another middle school. And then it grew so much that we actually added a 3rd clinician to the high school. And what we do is we like to come every year and share with you our successes and really highlight how impressive the statistics are and the incredible growth that we've seen with our students and our families. So I'll turn it over to, we have, I don't even know your new title. What is the new title? You don't know either? Joanne Malinka.
Regional Vice President of Clinical Programming in New England.
And when we first started to work with, you were
I was going to say that, yeah.
the regional. And so
we build it from
we go, right, we go way back to the very beginning. And then Kate Spring is our new director. So I will turn it over to them and they were going to go through our presentation.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, well, thank you so much for having us. I was telling Marilena earlier, I said, how did we get to this building? Because I remember when we did the board meetings earlier, we were, I don't know, but it wasn't here. So, but at ESS, what we like to do is follow the MTSS aligned approach, and MTSS means multi-tier systems of support approach, basically. So we follow the district's MTSS approach. And it's broken down into 3 tiers. I'll just briefly go over tier 1 and 2. Tier 1 is really at the psychoeducation, professional development. We do a lot of trainings on trauma-attuned model, behavioral protocols, and then whatever the district feels is needed at that time for any kinds of trainings or webinars that our staff can do. At level 2, we work with students that have more of a mild to moderate symptom profile in terms of mental health issues. And those students are, typically in the program 6 to 8 weeks, maybe 10, but they don't need as much treatment. They're not as acute as I think the tier 3. So tier 3 is where we're really going to focus because that's what the district has been utilizing since the start. And tier 3 students, again, moderate to probably significant symptoms. The biggest thing about that is that whatever they're presenting with is really hindering their ability to learn in the classroom. So we kind of center it around that, always to bring it back to the classroom, develop treatment around what we can do to, make sure that they're accessing their academics. So I'll go over that in the next slide, just kind of to break it down. So what our model consists of in tier 3 is group therapy. We like to do that, 2 to 3 times a week. I think Newington High School has been amazing with group therapy. We've done it there for, 3 to 4 times a week consistently every year. The middle schools are a little bit tougher. It's hard to get groups scheduled with the different schedules that they have, but we still try. So group therapy is a big component. If a student is not a group therapy kid, which most of them say they're not, we do have an individual track for them where we'll just double up on the individual sessions. We also do learning strategies, which is really kind of like a study hall, but it has clinical support built into it. So it's for students who may just need the extra time to do missing assignments or whatever it may be. But our clinicians will be in that learning strategies classroom. So sometimes they may need some coaching on relaxation or how to not get overwhelmed with whatever they're doing. So again, learning strategies is a big one in the high school. And it's an oldie because a lot of our districts don't use it anymore, but it can be very effective. Of course, weekly individual therapy, and that's prescribed. So every student has a treatment plan, and weekly individual sessions are part of that. Family therapy, we prescribe like twice a month, but we can do more as needed. And oftentimes, we're doing family therapy weekly. But that's only the actual sessions. That doesn't include all the collaboration and phone contacts and things like that. And then we do the monthly parent psychoeducational support groups. You know, we try really to get these going. Sometimes it's really tough because parents have stuff to do in the evening and, you know, it's just another thing to do, but we continuously try every month to send those invites out. Some other important things, our programming structure is really student focused. So even though everyone has, you know, this same amount of sessions prescribed and things like that, is very much focused on what the student needs. So some students might need a morning check-in, PM check out. Some students might need to come in and do like a lunch bunch because they can't handle the cafeteria. It's too stimulating. You know, different kinds of interventions that they have built into their treatment plan in addition to whatever is already prescribed. PRNs are pretty popular with our students. They're really my favorite too, because it's sessions that are happening in the moment. You know, when you have an outpatient clinic, you go every Tuesday at 4 and you talk about A, B, and C. But, you know, real problems actually happen in the moment. So, you know, I love this part about the programming that students are able to access their clinicians when they're overwhelmed, when they need a break, when there's a crisis. I mean, you name it, you know, they have access to that. So inevitably, our PRN sessions are pretty popular. Some other things that we do, we can do classroom observations. Sometimes teachers or administrators will ask to come in and like observe the student in the classroom. We can do that and then offer recommendations. Always in collaboration with the teachers and administrators. Crisis intervention, you know, if a student needs a safety assessment, a lot of times we'll triage. A lot of times we will also start that process. Clinicians that work for actually I think most of them are licensed so that they can do, you know, clinical assessments and they can, you know, say if the student needs a higher level of care. So the school doesn't need to use like a 211 or EMPS or something like that, because we can do the same thing for our students. Some other specialized protocols that we have, school avoidance protocols for students that have a hard time getting into school, or then when they're in school, class avoidance, we follow those protocols as well. Behavioral skills training, we don't use that too much in Newington, but we do have that available for more externalized behaviors. And then the reward systems, of course, that are built into all of our programs. We do an ESY summer programming, which is different than the school ESY. And I always tell ESS, I wish we would call this something else because it confuses everybody. It's not the academic ESY, it's the ESS ESY. And it's really just a nice way to keep the kids connected throughout the summer and be able to talk to their clinician and see their peers. Obviously, it's very much abbreviated, so it's usually about 5 weeks, twice a week, up to maybe like 5 hours. They get to see the clinician, do group, and the parents also have access to the clinician. So just some numbers from, this is last year's summer. 29 students attended ESY. No, out of 29 that were recommended, 24 attended, which is, I think, pretty big. 4 out of 4 in Kellogg, 3 out of 4 in Wallace, and 17 out of 21 in the high school. So they're really utilizing it, which is great.
And the high school program's nice because they run it in August. So a lot of the school
Right.
avoidance students who are kind of coming up to the high school level have the ability to be exposed prematurely to when they actually have to be in the building and
Yeah.
functioning. So
We used to do it in July in kind of aligns with the ESY with the in the school, but the needs started to shift and, you know, we had some meetings and we had some discussions and we shifted it to August, and that just seems to work better. Just kind of get their foot in the door. So. Okay, so for this one, just kind of quickly talk a little bit about the financial stability of the program. We always kind of look at 2 different buckets. One is for out-of-district placement returners, and where the cost savings can be there. So We estimated around $100,000 for tuition and transportation for a student to be outplaced. That's pretty much across, the districts vary a little bit, pretty much across the same thing across Connecticut. And this year we've had one student come back and remain in the district. And then we have another bucket, which is the ODP prevention. Again, that's an estimate. And we have looked kind of had a clinical roundtable to talk about students that are being prevented in the district, so both middle schools and the high school. And we rounded it up to about 11 for prevention. And of course, that's you know, an estimate, and it's, you know, we can't tell the future, but this is our best guess when we put our heads together clinically and administratively, would be about 11 students. That's you?
Sure, I'll take it from here.
I thought you were. No?
Well, you were gonna do this one. And I was
Oh,
gonna do
God, I
this
didn't prepare this one. I can talk about it.
So we're going to go into the types of students that we serve at our tier 3 level here at Newington. Students that we're serving primarily, in the next slide will show it. I'm just going to go there now. We're seeing students struggle with, you know, various levels of anxiety disorders, different types of depressive disorders, and ADHD are really the kind of the driving diagnoses behind our program right now. You see scores on the right-hand side of the screen. The PHQ-9 score is a rating scale that we use to assess levels of depression for students that are in our program. And the GAD-7 is a scale that's looking at symptoms of anxiety. So we're administering these throughout the year. Traditionally, when we do our treatment plan review, so every 90 days, and students are rating, self-reporting symptomatology where they're kind of falling on the scale. So it's looking at 2 weeks at a clip. So over the last 2 weeks, have you experienced X, Y, and Z? And what's nice about this is new to our program this year. I've seen in Newington, it really drive a lot of our treatment interventions. We've been able to get students more immediate support after we've done these assessments. We've been able to modify treatment plans, modify treatment approaches just based off of, you know, a simple couple question scale. So,
And I just want to add that these are like universal scales. So any person, therapist, psychologist, they can use these to determine treatment and also to determine, identify, look at progress or lack thereof or whatever. So these are really universal tools. And the other really quick thing, is that these are mostly for students that are internalizers, not necessarily for students that are externalizers, because, you know, student that's an externalizer is more angry, right? Irritated. They don't really think of themselves as sad or anxious, but it's really underneath that. So we have yet to kind of look at a tool that measures that, but for now we're using those two.
So how do we measure success as a program and as a company? We like to look at, or we like to ensure that our census is close to or at capacity. Our clinical progress is on point, so we're looking at the self-report of students and clinicians throughout the week, rating various levels of difficulties. We have weekly admin meetings. We're in touch with principals. So where is the feedback coming? How's the feedback coming? We love to hear the people that are involved with us. Academic impact, I have some data points for you. My favorite part is the parent feedback that we collect. And Joanne went over the financial stability slide already. Total census by school. So a lot of these graphs are going to be from August 27th through April 6th. April 6th was when we ended the third marking period, so our data goes through that point. As of June 6th, though, Wallace is at 9 students. We're currently serving 9 students, Kellogg's at 8, and the high school's at 24. I would like to share at one point this year, Wallace, we were at 10, serving 10 students, so at capacity there. As the school year kind of winds down, we start to look at discharge, so these numbers change just a touch. And as the year winds down, the middle schools, we look at goodness of fit for the high school to determine if we're going to continue with programming or if we feel like the student's ready to be successful with a school social worker or another support staff in the building that way.
We've had several students kind of go from middle school to high school, from one ESS program to another. They've been able to transition nicely, even before the end of the school year, kind of get to know the clinicians and use ESY to, the ESS, ESY to make that transition happen, so.
Service breakdown, the numbers are a little wonky. So clinical support is a bucket that contains our therapeutic check-ins, structured lunch. These are more less formalized kind of interventions. These are more of, like Joanne was talking about, the PRN sessions where students can drop in, have a session because it's an in-the-moment need. Therapeutic check-in is something similar. Structured lunch is another informal way to receive kind of that support. A lot of that really drives what we do in the buildings. Education, so the high school, we do have the learning strategies group that runs. So a lot of the educational services there are from the high school. Let's see here. So we like to have at the tier 3 level, students be seen at least 3 times a week or have 3 contacts a week. On average across the district, we're averaging around 7 contacts a week for each student. That's inclusive of both middle schools and the high school. So, I mean, even so data through 4-6 for April, we were already seeing students about 5 times that week or having contact with them for 5 times that week. The next slide I wanted to include, I like this slide because it shows average service duration in minutes. So it's showing you a snapshot of how long we are providing services for. This is through the 26th of May. Something I like to kind of highlight is the therapeutic support. So the check-in, structured lunch, PRN sessions, classroom push-ins are all opportunities that we're taking to absorb the student into our program throughout the day. So we're freeing up the social workers, we're freeing up case managers to be able to service their students on their caseload while we are taking that level of energy into our own program and
Teachers
being able
too,
to
I
support
think,
them.
yeah.
And teachers, yeah. So students like to be with us for lunch because the cafeteria is too loud. They like just to have the downtime with us. Let's see, admin there, just to know admin. So those are meetings that we participate in. It can be 504s, PPTs, or weekly admin meetings. The staff are quite involved at every level of the ins and outs of the building. Oh, these are all messed up. Oh, no. All right, guys. So this is, so we measure success. Yeah.
Maybe, what if we just go to the line, the traditional,
That's not showing.
it's not showing all of them? Oh.
So we look at success data point wise. For me, success is what the parents are saying, what the students are experiencing, right? That whole side of things. Here, we like to look at the academic mastery, so what their GPAs, how are we impacting them GPA-wise? How are we impacting them with discipline as well as attendance? So here, I want to highlight, so we have an intervention bucket and a prevention bucket. The students that come into our program who have a GPA of below a 2.0 would fall into our intervention population. Prevention is above a 2.0. The middle school system has changed, so we're, I think, next year going to have to look at how to make the numbers look different. But we're using just a formal 4.0 scale here. I guess the most important thing here is students with a baseline, students coming into us with a baseline of below a 2.0. On average, we saw students who landed at a 1.95. So for the intervention. At the end of this school year, students are looking at about a 2.55 GPA. So quite a increase in success based off of our work with them, the work their families are starting to do with them too. Family is a big reason, I think, why they're successful, and just trying to reintegrate them in that regard. Attendance here. So for the intervention population, students need to have at least 5 or more unexcused absences in a marking period. Prevention would be 4 or below. So across the district, on average, we're looking at students having about 3 unexcused absences per marking period, which unexcused is there's no medical note, there's no like phone call from the parent. But on average, the intervention, the school avoidance that we're seeing is a little bit lower, I think, than maybe it has been in the past. The intervention numbers here, we're looking at, I think it's a 16 marking period report cards compared to the 67 students in the prevention bucket there. Oh, that's so much better.
I changed it back to your PDF. It didn't play nicely in the sandbox with Google Slides. So I'll have to drive the rest of this.
Okay.
Next slide.
Yes, and now we're on discipline. So, yeah, thank you. So discipline, really, it's student, if they receive the detention in school, out of school, we don't really put weight onto, any level of school intervention there. So students who struggle, who have received at least one suspension, we'll call it, would be in the intervention bucket, and then the prevention would be no incidents of discipline intervention has happened. So the students that we're serving, the 13 students in the intervention, are being met with success by seeing at least a reduction in a discipline episode. So this is my favorite part here. This is all about the families. So really, I mentioned before, the academic success, the clinical success, school success really comes down to the families that we're working with and their involvement and their buy-in into the system. So we're really family focused. We have weekly contact with families, bi-weekly family sessions. A lot of the times those family sessions are happening more frequently. My data doesn't have a way to show number of phone calls that we have with families, and I really wish it did. Our family sessions start, I think, at 25 minutes. So anything below that would just be represented in a different text box that's within our system. So we do have a newsletter that goes out to parents, which is nice, called Solutions. And we're in constant contact with them. The next page is results from our parent survey that is sent out to parents each marking period or each trimester. We're looking at results from 22 surveys that we received back. And overall, I think the families are very happy with the level of service that they are receiving. They're happy with their clinicians. Our staff work very hard to make sure we're connected with them and get the families connected back to the schools. Sometimes our work really is just helping make that bridge happen, getting the schools and the families back together and on one page. Just some quotes for you to take a peek at that came back in our surveys. And here are three vignettes, just paints a quick picture on why a student was referred to us, what were some of the presenting problems, and what are some successes now after they've been through the program or are still active in the program. And finally, so what's been working? So our programs are close to or at capacity. We have been throughout the year. We're delivering at least 7 contacts a week per student. We have strong relationships with the building staff, with administration, with community members. And like I shared before, you know, sometimes we're being used as a bridge to connect the school to the families, and giving everyone a voice, I think, in sometimes more difficult situations. Areas of growth, district would like to explore various funding sources to continue the support ESS programming, as well as collaborate to provide supplemental content areas for district-wide professional learning on Tuesdays for this upcoming school year.
Any questions?
Ms. Beatrice.
Not as much a question, but as a comment. I am blown away. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing. This is what serving our students' needs is truly all about. We all know that academic success is tied into all sorts of other things that don't fall into the, reading, writing, and arithmetic. We know that students lead very complex lives, and it would be very short-sighted of us not to realize how all of these things interact. And so this program does a wonderful job in making that the picture whole and including the home as well. The data bears it out, and it's wonderful for all of us to say we want to meet student needs, but the data doesn't lie. And so we're seeing measurable success in other areas, and ultimately that's our responsibility, is to graduate students who not only have academic success but also have the tools that they need to make their way through this world. I cannot thank you enough for the services that you are providing. This is how we serve our students. So thank you. Please keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
Yeah, just kind of piggybacking on Mary, your survey results and like you said, like the words of the families who are giving feedback is important, but also the survey results, 95% satisfied with the program and 95% saw improvement in their child. That's pretty impressive. I do have a question. Are there, I think you said that most of the programs are at or near capacity. Are there students that would benefit from the services and aren't able to, or are you able to fulfill the needs of our students? I know, the numbers change every now and then. So, can you just speak to the, 3 counselors at the high school? Is that a sufficient number at this time?
Do you want to answer that?
Yeah, take it away, Marilyn.
We always need more. So we do have to prioritize. We get many, many referrals. And what we always do is we look at the level of need. We have phenomenal resources. Again, you guys have been more than gracious in supporting the special education program. But we're looking at, our social workers, our psychologists. So we always look internal first. We look at what resources we have first, because they're our students and we want to be able to serve them. And then if we have exhausted our resources, then we say they need a higher level of service. That's when we reach out to ESS. So that's when we, make sure that we have looked at all of our resources first and what interventions we can put in place. And then when we really can't do any more, so we do get to a state where we do probably, it's usually like around March, where we start feeling like we could probably use another ESS clinician, but we're able to triage, right? So you're able, like some kids are doing better. So maybe they start going on an individual course, then you're able to bring someone on, but we have an ongoing referral basis. So we just at our weekly admin meetings, if we aren't able to accept a student, we always go back to that referral and say, how is that student doing? Are they doing okay? Are they doing better with the interventions we've put in place? If not, then we come back to the table and we try to triage again.
Thank you. And then I'll just add to that. I have had a couple of parents reach out to me, especially during budget time and more recently when they saw this on the agenda. And the parents that are in the program that have reached out are thrilled and like life-saving was a quote one used. So it is definitely helping our students. And it's definitely something that we would keep as a priority to fund because, there are estimations, but significant cost savings where we're not having to send students out of district and we can educate them here and that connection, like that bridge between the family and the school, I think is super important. And if that isn't working, it hasn't worked in the past and you're able to facilitate that bridge, I think it's definitely worth it to keep the student in the district. So yeah, definitely appreciate your being in our school and the partnership that you have together. Mr. Sharma?
Quick question. So how much is the contract worth per year?
I don't have that.
Yeah, we could get the number too. I think it changes year to year. Not greatly, but depending on like the escalators and things like that and how many clinicians we bring on.
So what's the average cost, maybe estimate?
About 300,000 right now.
I think the total cost for the district is around 600,000. However, as I mentioned at the start of their presentation, we're still able to leverage ESSER dollars. And we just signed on to pursue whether we can have the clinicians bill students' insurance. And if that can happen, that would further reduce costs. So that's very much in its infancy, but it is something that we're trialing to see if it has any impact on building some revenue sources.
So we've used ESSER funds for this year and then they run out next year?
We have used ESSER funds for several years now. That's how we expanded to one of our middle schools, actually both. And then we've had the high school program's been in the budget since 2018, though we have added clinicians there as well. So that'll be something for the board to deliberate on next year. When the ESSER dollars completely fade away, we'll have to deliberate what the opportunities are. But by then, we'll have some data on the value of billing the insurance and seeing if that has any impact on by just signing on, we got a $10,000 reduction in our cost this year, because we offered to trial it.
So we should be good for this year and so next year is when
We are good for the next fiscal year, yes.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions or comments?
I just want to say something. I appreciate all your kind words, but I also want to acknowledge the district. I work with tons of districts across Connecticut, Mass, New Hampshire, everywhere. And I think this district has been an amazing partner. I love collaborating and working with Marilena, but most importantly, our clinicians, I think they like your district better than us. So I mean, like, if you ask them, who do you work for? They might say Newington. But like, with all jokes aside, it's really true. It's true. The administration at every single level, there were some like bumps here and there, but overall, the administration, the teachers, everyone's just been so amazing to work with and an amazing partner. And I can't always say that. So I just wanted to give that credit to you guys and to your staff because it makes a huge difference when there's buy-in, huge difference. So thank you for your partnership and support and collaboration.
Appreciate that. And thank you, Marlena, for your leading the way.
Thank you for your support.
Yes, thank you so much. Thanks for sticking around. Yes, have a great summer.
Thank you all.
All right, looks like Lou, you're up for budget transfers.
All right, I believe I'll give it over to you, Lou, for the next several items.
Okay.
And I can
All right,
show things here.
The budget transfers, everybody knows in June, one of the responsibilities of the Board of Ed are to pass the reconciling motion to balance all of the budget categories with where the financials actually are going to come in for the year. This year in particular, there have been some very large scale volatile issues that have impacted the financials, which really make a line by line analysis kind of meaningless, and it doesn't really reflect, what the decision process was to get there. So in going through the points that we've outlined, started the year with a planned reliance on the non-lapsing fund of just under $1,730,000. This is 2.1% of your operating budget. So to kind of create the context for it, your budget is really, for what was approved, was 102.1%. 2.1% of it came from the non-lapsing fund, and the 100% came from the operating budget. So as the year unfolded and the planning and the decision-making for next year's budget for 24-25 became evident, the decision was to move off the reliance on the non-lapsing fund this year. So we went from $1,729,000 down to zero. So the implications of that are we have to find savings somewhere else in the operating budget because we're not going to get the subsidy from the non-lapsing fund. So in essence, that put a full stop on a lot of different things that we were doing. By being here going on 31 years now, the perpetual reinvestment that we put into the facilities and other resources of the district really came screeching to a halt. And, for 1 year you can get away with that, but long term, we really are in danger of moving to just strictly a reactionary break fix type of environment. We don't have enough money to stay ahead of the issues. We'll just deal with them when they come up. And where you could have completely avoided it or been in a spot to deal with it quickly, well, we don't have the materials and parts. We got to order them. There'll be 2-3 weeks. You have all those symptoms of just not having enough money to, reinvest wisely and try to stay ahead of everything. Okay. What makes it doubly complicated for this year is we also are taking $800,000 from the board CIP account and bringing that back to the operating budget and redirecting it to the non-lapsing fund to supplement the money so we have enough for next year's commitment. It's no longer $1.7 million. It's going to be $3.4 million on next year's budget. That is being subsidized through the non-lapsing fund. So that amount of money brings us up to almost 4% of our budget is being subsidized outside of the operating budget. So our expense plan is 104%. 4% is planned to come from non-lapsing with the 100% from the operating budget. So if the plan just unwinds next year as with no troubles, no issues or anything, non-lapsing fund will be fully depleted and the board will be 4% short on what their operating structure is going into the 25-26 year. So these are all considerations that have to be, thought about because we really won't have the ability to do this again next year because the resources that were put together to create the opportunity to move ahead $1.7 million to this year just aren't there any longer. They've been basically taken out of the budget. So we don't have the ability to self-create a solution for this problem. So these are the things just to be mindful of. So now when you turn around and say, all right, where all these numbers fall on the overall budget document that's here. $1.7 million was initially put into the 5 big programs as salary subsidies. So all of your 5 big programs, English, math, social studies, reading, and science are all going to be way over budget when you look at the numbers that are here because the non-lapsing subsidy went away. We also had real issues isn't the right word, but the reality of what Steve had to face every day in just trying to find staff to fill the daily needs positions, substitute teachers, all the paraprofessionals. The price went up substantially, from $125 a day on average for a sub, it went to $150 per sub. And we also needed to hire about 7% more people overall during the year because the absence rate was higher than it had been in prior years. So putting those two factors together, that's $260,000 of unanticipated expenses that we had to incur this year and make do and find other ways to subsidize it. Okay. The chronic absences also required Steve in the HR department to go out and utilize contract agencies for bringing in some of those folks where for years and years, everybody who worked here was an employee. You might have an occasional outsider who was a consultant doing an evaluation, but everybody who was working the daily work of the school district was an employee. Now we probably have 60 to 70 people every day that are not. So these are, challenging circumstances. It does impact the culture where, they're not ours as employees. They're a little bit mercenary in their approach, and that shows. And these are all things that we have to be mindful of. So if you can kind of think, we really didn't cut back any academic staffing anywhere with this. All of the belts were tightened everywhere else in the district. So that, to a great extent, fell onto the non-instructional operations for facilities, maintenance, technology, transportation, general supplies to, restrict their spending enough during the remaining part of the year in order to bring the overall equation into balance. And we got there. It's very, very challenging. I'm sitting here at this point in the year with probably $300,000 to $500,000 of resources I haven't committed to anything just yet, and probably $2 million of requests against it. So we're not going to be able to give everybody anything, but everything we needed to get done will be getting done. So, when you then turn and look at the chart with all the ups and downs, the questions, we'll start with, impact of non-lapsing, and then everything we didn't do. Like most years at this time, I would be working on 20 to 30 different types of projects, which are construction, rehabilitation, programmatic development with, Wendy or Steve or whoever else is around the district to revitalize what we're doing, change things around, improve what we have. And this year I have about 3. So that whole thing has come to a screeching halt. So the reinvestment in our facilities, has been significantly stunted by this, but, if we got through this, we had, good rapport with the town leadership. Hopefully this will be recognized next year because there will have to be a big budget request to make this, kind of back in balance, because the first 4% just bring you back to 0. And then everything beyond that is what next year's cost increases are for all your contract settlements and, the cost of doing business every day. So with that, I'll accept any questions that anybody has on this.
Are there any questions? Go ahead.
Just want to say, I know sometimes it's like daunting and confusing, but I appreciate you kind of putting out the big ones. This is something we do every year because the art and the science of budgeting is what we predicted did not always happen the way we predicted it.
That's
And if only it did. So I just wanted to say thank you for kind of clarifying those big ones. And obviously it was one of those years. And I think also just acknowledge to the work that Steve and your team did. I know it's not easy, and continually hear the words of burnout and teachers leaving the profession, and really seeing that come to bear in our need for a budget. It's just one of the things that's unfortunate reality. So thank you for going through that.
There is a motion if anyone wants to read it.
I'll do. Move the Board of Education authorize the superintendent of schools to make the needed budget transfers, which will reflect an unencumbered balance of 0 for the fiscal ending June 30th, 2024.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on this? Thanks, Lou. Would you please
Mary
call it?
Beatrice,
Yes.
Barr,
Yes.
John Collins,
Yes.
Anthony Neely,
Yes.
Amy Parati,
Yes.
Sam Sharma,
Yes.
Jessica Weaver,
Yes.
Anastasia,
Yes.
Pascal, 8-0.
Thank you. All right, CIP transfer. Do you want to?
Lou, would you like me to cover that or are you going to do it? I can start it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Burned out over here on my end.
Let me start with the MOU.
Okay,
As the
I'm
board
sorry.
is well aware, we spoke about the MOU at length. It was executed on May 13th, which allows us now to reallocate or transfer money from the board CIP to the operating budget. And that is what this discussion item is about, or action item, I should say, that we would like to move the first $400,000 from the board CIP to the operating budget. And then ultimately, that's going to make its way to the non-lapsing fund. As you can follow the bouncing ball, these all help us to balance next year's budget. Lou, can you add anything to that?
That's exactly what it is. We'll have another motion exactly the same that in all likelihood will be January because there's an embargo the first 6 months of the year. You can't do any transfers on the town side by their charter. So, but it'll be exactly for the same purpose. And that will finally fully fund the 3.4 million. This takes you from 2.6 million up to 3 million. And the second will be 3 million to 3,000,004.
Yeah, and just, this is something that we, as you said, discussed
We
with the
did.
town council. They're well aware that this is our plan, or this was our plan all along. So now we just have to officially take action to move the money into our operating budget for this year so it can go into the non-lapsing fund. So there is a motion on the screen.
I move that the Board of Education authorize the superintendent of schools to transfer 400,000 to the non-lapsing fund from the Board of Education operating budget as a result of moving open choice receipts to the BOP capital improvement BOE CIP account to the BOE operating budget.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Okay, we're voting on this transfer.
Mary Beatrice,
Yes.
Barr,
Yes.
John Collins,
Yes.
Anthony Neely,
Stepped out?
Amy Parati.
Yes.
Sam Sharma,
Yes.
Jessica Weaver,
Yes.
Anastasia Young.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. And next we have our 24-25 budget reconciliation. So this was something that we kind of put off a little bit because we just wanted to make sure all the numbers were in line, but this is as a result of the town council's officially passed budget. We now have to reconcile our proposed budget to match their numbers.
So I'll let Lou explain how we're coming to reconcile a 5.95% increase when in fact we needed closer to a 7% increase. So
Right.
Lou,
Mhm.
it's
Okay.
yours.
All right, so I'm back in the groove now. I've got this. Okay, all right. When the discussions between the board and the town were happening, when we're sitting at a 7.5% budget, and the town made several, took some of our recommendations and cut the 500,000 from the HVAC grant proposal, moved to the operating budget, cut the funding for the bus replacement cycle, which is 598,000, and then supplemented it with an additional 500,000 from the tax resources. That brought them up to their 5.95% number compared to where we were sitting at 7.5%. Basically, most of the resources came from expanding the use of the non-lapsing fund. You know, when we are looking at the last $800,000 that we're moving from the board CIP to the non-lapsing fund, this is the flip side of that motion that says now rely on the non-lapsing fund because there's $800,000 more in there. That was the big part of that. And it actually was $1.1 million is how that all worked out with the other motions, because we had other resources there that wasn't designated yet. You know, we had at the start of the year, 2.6 million in non-lapsing, only used 1.7. So we had used up whatever remaining residual resources there were in the non-lapsing fund, put it against our budget gap. So that here we have, you know, in the first motion, $1,100,000. That's strictly really the non-lapsing fund component of your budget reconciliation of $1,100,000. So the remaining three are operationally driven changes where, you know, we have reduced our salary estimates for this year with the anticipation that union settlement will come in approximately 1% less than what we were originally forecasting. That is the $68,000 amount that's there. Then reduction in utility estimates for the year, 6,000 of that in fuel oil, which will be for the bus garage and the generator at the high school. And then a general reduction in utility costs for next year, which is probably about a 5% overall decrease across all of the utility accounts. I put it all into natural gas and electricity because they're the two big ones, but that's about the impact overall. So it'll be much, much tighter. You know, we hope we have a warm winter again. We hope we have a cool summer. So, you know, we're not taxing the heat and the air conditioning to the max, and, you know, hopefully that will work out. So otherwise it'll be, you know, challenging. Yeah. Right now, the tariffs and stuff are not that, don't look that volatile going into next year, but that could change with geopolitical, you know, issues that happen out there. So those are the four different things that we have asking the board to take action on right now to reconcile July 1st going forward.
Yeah, and the last, so again, these are all numbers that we discussed with the town council. The last three were where the mayor and majority leader, Jessica and I met with them, and they asked us to look at these assumptions. So these were assumptions that we had higher and the town had lower. So we're kind of just coming to where the town is for, so that's just what this is. Any questions? Would you like to go ahead, Jessica? We can do them all at once, right?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Is there some sort of key code so I know what account each of these numbers goes to?
Yeah, like the first five are the major salary buckets.
Right.
I'm
Certified
talking about the
salaries.
other ones.
Okay.
Then the 119 account refers to non-certified, non-teaching staff, you know, the general support staff of the district.
So that's the AFSCME contract
correct.
lines.
Right, and that's all the different programs staff is charged to off the contract. Then the utility account 624 is the fuel oil account. 622 is electricity, 621 is natural gas.
Thank
Can
you.
How about right?
We'll check the facts later. Yes, it's in the budget book. Yep. Do you carry that around with you, Sean? Daily? Oh.
The whole shebang.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, okay. Move that the Board of Education reduce various salary accounts to reflect the additional reliance on the non-lapsing fund in the 2024-2025 in the amount of $1,100,000. Account 1012111, $220,000. Accounts 1020111, $220,000. Account 1026111, $220,000. Account 1028111, $220,000. Account 1030111, $220,000. Also reduce various salary accounts to reflect the reduction in anticipated union settlement amount for the 2024-2025 in the amount of $68,000. Account 1012119 7618.18 cents. Account 1020119 $76.18. Account 1026119 $76.18. Account 1028119 $76.18. Account 1030119 $76.18. Account 1200119 $2,181.65. Account 2120119 $668.57. Account 2210119 $758.39. Account 2220119 $663.07. Account 2320119 $781.90. Account 2410119 $12,505.37. Account 2610119 $5,081.06. Account 2620119 $30,591.03. And account 2700119 $10,388.06. Reduce the fuel amount for 2024-2025 the amount of $6,000. Account 2620624 $6,000, and reduce utility cost estimates for 2024-2025 in the amount of $103,485. Account 2620621 $38,742.50, and account 2620622 $64,742.50. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Started getting calmer as it came down.
I was about to fall asleep. Is there any further discussion? Okay, so we're voting on all of that Jessica just read, which is on your screen.
Mary Deepa,
Yes.
Brittany Carr,
Yes.
Yes.
Anthony Neely,
Yes.
Amy Parati,
Yes.
Sam Sharma,
Yes.
Jessica Weaver,
Yes.
Anastasia Yap.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. Budget done. Oh, Ms. Carr?
Before we move on from budget, I know everyone wants to get rid of this. Lou, I just had a question because looking at the book and looking at the sheet we got, the numbers aren't lining up. So if you look at, for example, first line art, revise 866,330, what the town put forth is 915,483. Their total that was adopted is 87,000, or sorry, 87,000, imagine, 87,089,625, and we're at 82,199,830. I can bring it over to you if you want to see it.
Okay.
What page are you on?
It was in the book here.
This is the current year, that's next year.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
Just clarified.
Great,
There
thanks.
you go. You're
Yeah,
free.
it's okay. It's
I could have
definitely,
said it better myself. so.
no, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's definitely a confusing process, but
Teacher, we could say we motion to move the accounts, the dollar amounts it has.
as presented. Jessica likes to read it, so. Okay, so officially budget done. Definitely thank you again. I know we've done it a lot, but thank you so much, Lou, and everybody for this budget season. It's been fun. Looking forward to next year. Okay. At this time, we are going to move into executive session, as long as we have a motion to discuss,
The question.
yes, you may go ahead.
Thank you. Before we go into executive session, am I reading this right? We're then going to go to new business and public participation. They have to wait until we get out of executive session.
Yes, so we cannot end our meeting until we discuss we have to take action on renewing superintendent contract. We can't do that until we go into executive session. So, that's why we have the agenda the way it is. We'll go into executive session, and when we come out, we'll do our motion for the contract in public, and then public participation at the end of the meeting.
So, on our email from Deb Craig that said we would go into, Board of Education executive session at 8 p.m. It's 9:20, almost 9:25 right now. I'd like to make a motion to table this and to move it to next week, agreed upon, time so that we can properly discuss and evaluate these things. I think it's too late. And I think because the agenda was packed, anyways, I would like to make that motion that we table the executive session, until maybe a day next week that we could all get together on an agreed upon date. And that way we could properly, go into executive session and evaluate things. And also so that the public could have any comments before 11 o'clock tonight. So that's my motion.
I'll second it.
Do we need a motion to?
Yes.
Well,
Not go into executive session.
well, I think we're gonna vote to go into executive session so we can vote. Well,
Robert's rules allows you to make a motion in a second and then you have to vote on it. If
oh, I understand. We're just tabling something that doesn't exist yet.
They're going to not.
So you're not making a motion to table, you're making a motion to change the agenda to remove executive session.
I guess I just didn't want to
Yes.
get into executive session and then we're already in executive session and then try to make a motion to.
So, yep, I understand. So, so I think what we need to, so you can either amend your motion to, you can amend your motion to modify the agenda to remove the executive session and therefore the new business afterwards. Or when we make the motion to move into executive session, you can motion to table it. So that's how Robert's rules would work, because you can't table something we haven't done yet.
I appreciate it. I'm not
Yeah, so.
new. So my motion then is to move the executive session to next week. I think that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
Trying to do it before we get into executive session.
second,
Okay, so we have a motion to modify the agenda to move the executive session to next week
Thank you, Amy.
in a
That's,
second. Do we have any discussion?
Yeah, I'm not here next week and we need to talk about this contract because this contract needs to be finalized before July 1st. So at the very least, whether we decide to vote on it or not, we need to go and to discuss the contract. I think it's critical that we need to be able to do that. So I would like, we both have things to do later, but like we got out at 10 o'clock last week. So these are normal meetings. It's just how it goes every time. So this isn't new. So I'd rather just talk about it tonight.
Mr. Holleran?
Point of clarification, this would be the second time we've tabled the executive session, correct? If the motion passes?
Yes, we moved it last week due to low attendance.
Thank you.
Ms. Beatrice and then Tony.
For the record, I'm also not available next week. And I believe this is our responsibility as a board to take care of this matter. We need to wrap it up, I believe, tonight. Thank you.
Mr. Mealy.
So, I heard the objection about not being here. Tim Newton wanted to be here tonight. He's not here. If this is the second time, we were here last time. I don't remember it being tabled.
I believe.
Who,
Well, we didn't table it. We just, well, we,
who made the motion, or who made the decision to move it to this week? Because I wasn't involved in that decision. I don't believe.
yeah, we didn't put it on the agenda. So. it
There you
wasn't on-
go. My motion stands, and I think we have a second, so. we
That's,
could-
yep, that's fair. We can, Ms. Carr, go ahead.
Or to compromise, if we do go in executive session, I don't know if there's other items that we think it's going to go over. You know, we could vote on the contract tonight, maybe have another meeting over the summer, not wait until September 11th if there are pressing concerns that anyone, you know, wants to bring up or items they think need to be addressed before the new school year starts. I would recommend that.
Ms. Yap?
Yes, to Tony's point, last week a lot of us weren't here. I don't know how it was moved. Next week, you know, they said people aren't here, but there's 2 more weeks. So if none of you guys are here next week, we still could do it from the week of the 23rd to the 29th. I've been on the board. This is my 3rd year. I know there are people who've been longer. We've had meetings in the summer. We had contractual obligations that had to be met where we had to make special meetings. So just to everyone's point, just to compromise, because I would like Tim Newton to be here as well. If next week from the 16th to the 22nd, I know Mary Beatrice and Jessica said they weren't here. There's also the week of the 23rd to the 29th, and that would still allow us to have that decision made before July 1st. Just because you guys said you specifically wouldn't be here next week, but there are 2 more weeks left in the month. So I think it's fair if we can make sure that everyone's here, including Tony, because he's a new board member. He should be involved in the process. And we could come up with a date. Maybe Amy can email everybody and we could just all make sure all of us are here. I think that's fair. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to be clear, we didn't have it on the agenda, so we didn't technically table it. Agenda setting, we discussed that we should have an executive session. Ideally, we would have had one the week before. And then tonight to finalize the contract the week before to discuss the superintendent's evaluation, because she presented her goal status last time. So instead, in lieu of the executive session, I requested she send out the meeting and you review it and give feedback to Brittany and Jessica. Ideally, we would have had a discussion last time. So it wasn't tabled. It just wasn't on the agenda because I mistakenly thought that Mr. Newton wouldn't be here the last meeting. So I thought there was only going to be 5 of us. So, Ms. Weaver, you had another comment.
Yeah, I'm also traveling the week after. Too.
Okay.
Just
So I
wanna
think we
bring that
can
up.
vote on it because we have a motion, we have a second. So the vote would be to amend the agenda to not have the executive session tonight. So an affirmative vote would be to change the agenda and no vote would be to continue on with the agenda as written. Ms. Yap?
Is there a link to the executive session? Because it wasn't sent out, or at least I didn't get it.
Yep, Ms. Craig sent it out earlier today.
Oh, Deb sent it. Okay, I usually look for something from Sophie. So that's why I didn't see it.
Okay, so again, we're voting to amend the agenda to remove the executive session from tonight's meeting.
Mary Beatrice?
No.
No? Brittany Carr?
Yes.
Sean Halloran?
No.
Anthony Neely?
Yes.
Amy Ferrari?
No.
Sam Sharma?
No.
Jessica Weaver?
No.
Anastasia Yap?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
The motion fails 5-3.
Okay, so yes, Ms. Weaver.
So I'm going to move, we go into executive session.
I have a question first.
So we have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, I just want it noted that, it's now 9:30. We were told by email that we would start this 8 o'clock, so that's all.
Yeah, I think that
objected. I don't think
the
we have
time
enough
was-
time.
The
I
time
don't
was,
think we have enough time, but that's just my opinion. And you asked for any, questions, right?
that's fair. The time is a placeholder. That's always how we, set the meetings, so everyone has the link if they're not attending in person. We need a virtual link, so we just set a placeholder and we go in as per our agenda. Ms. Weaver.
And just want to put out that executive session is where we talk about, and it's not public because we have to talk about the contract stuff. But then when we come out of executive session, when we vote, that part is public. And also the superintendent's evaluation will be public. So there's nothing, like, we go into executive session so we can freely discuss, but it's not so that the public doesn't know that this is the contract and that the superintendent's evaluation and how we feel about it. All of that is public and has been continuously every year.
And just, do we have to modify the motion to include inviting Dr. Brummett? So would you?
And amend my motion to invite Dr. Brummett and her alone. Thank you. And her alone. Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Parisi, you're not invited. Do you, second the amendment?
I second.
Without a. Okay, okay. All right, so we have a, amended motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, we're voting to go into executive session now.
Mary B.
Yes.
Brittany Park,
Yes.
Yes.
Anthony Manley,
No.
Amy Parati,
Yes.
Sam Sharma,
Yes.
Jessica Weaver,
Yes.
Anastasia Yap.
No.
Motion passes 6-2.
Thank you. All right, so we are now in executive session. Let's, yes, we'll pop into the new link. Miss Yap, if you pop into the new link and maybe 3 minutes, 5 minutes.
Everybody has to exit this meeting except me. I will keep it open on my computer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll put up a screen.
No, because no, I'm thinking of this.
Night.
We have like 2 minutes to use the rest, right?
Yes, that's.
What's that? Megan said they were gonna break for 5 minutes or so.
Yeah. No.
So.
She's done, she doesn't have any cases, like.
So now we're back using the microphones. That and that.
I have to somehow type to get the room back in the meeting, don't I?
Okay, Anastasia, can you hear us?
Oh, wait, I gotta put the volume on.
Hold
That
on.
happened last time.
I can hear you guys now.
Okay. Oh, we're in.
There's no photo. I can't see anything, but I can hear you.
This call is being recorded.
All right, now can you hear us?
I'm sorry. That's okay. All right, here we go.
Okay.
There's no.
Can you see us now or hear us?
Yes, I can hear you and see you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we have to discuss possible action renewal superintendent contract for 2024 to 2027. Is there a motion?
Moved in accordance with section 10-157, the Connecticut General Statutes, that the board extend Dr. Brumman's employment contract through June 30th, 2027. And moved further that the board chairperson be authorized to finalize and execute the proposed employment contract with Dr. Brumman on behalf of the board in accordance with the contract terms discussed in executive session.
Second.
We have motion second. Is there any discussion? Okay, we're voting on the contract.
Mary Beatrice,
Yes.
Brittany Carr,
Yes.
Sean Halloran,
Yes.
Anthony Neely,
No.
Amy Parati,
Yes.
Sam Sharp,
Yes.
Jessica Weaver.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion passed 7-1.
Thank you. I will open up to public participation. If anyone's still with us? I don't think there's anyone.
Yeah, there's no.
Remarks by board members? Ms. Weaver.
Just wanted to say, thank you all so much for your service this past school year. This marks our last board meeting together, regular board meeting together for the school calendar year. And just thank you so much. I want to give an incredible thank you to Dr. Brummett for her leadership. I think, as always, not an easy budget season. I don't know when it's been an easy budget season, but nope. And thank you to our team, her administration, Lou, Steve. It's been a wonderful joy. To the new board members, thank you so much for your dedication and your willingness to learn this absolutely fun, we say fun with a very large asterisk, role. And I appreciate all of your views and opinions. And I just want to end, not that Dr. Roman doesn't deserve all the sunlight, but I want to say a huge, huge thank you to Wendy Krause. She has meant the world to me from the age of 8 years old, as my 4th grade principal. And I've had the pleasure of growing up with her sons, and she has not aged a day. It's so annoying. She looks the same, but she has been an incredible leader and such an incredible public servant. And I do mean servant in all the ways. So I just forever indebted personally, but professionally, it has been such an amazing experience to have someone you physically looked up to, and then physically look across and learn so much about curriculum data and everything else. I know Maureen has said enough about her, but just personally, from the days of eGreen to the days of the board table, thank you. We will be missed, so thank you all.
Ms. Yap.
I just want to say thank you all. This has been an awesome school year. I'm excited, to work with all new board members. Thank you, Dr. Brummett, for, all the work you've done as well. I do want to say thank you to Wendy. I always get to see her at my Rotary Club, events, and, she's really active in the community. So hopefully, she comes back to visit, we wouldn't mind that. Or consult. I don't know, whatever she chooses to do. But I want her to enjoy a little bit of this retirement for, before she does that. I just want to say it's been a pleasure to just get to know each and every one of you individually. Some I've worked with, some, I just met. I think this is exciting. I'm excited for graduation. It's like, you guys are going to love it, especially the new board members. I mean, we have a great time just watching the kids and handing them the diplomas, and you'll see some tears. But yeah, so I'm excited to see you guys in 2 days. And this has been awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, this has been a very fun school year, and especially the last few weeks have been extra super fun with all the celebrations of learning that I've been able to attend, and honors breakfast, and looking forward to Friday when my 8th grader promotes to the high school, and then obviously graduation. It's going to be super fun. So, yeah, I think that we accomplished a lot this year. I'm looking forward to the next school year. Dr. Brummett, thank you for your leadership, and to your entire team, who didn't have to stay this late tonight, but definitely appreciate all of the hard work that goes into making a school year or school run effectively. And I know that most of you work over the summer. We are off for the next couple of months unless something arises, but but yeah, and there's no teacher contract this year, so Jessica and I don't have to spend that summer. But yes, so we'll see everyone back in September at the board table, and super happy to be here. Go ahead, Brittany.
I'm just going to echo what everyone said. It was great, meeting all these new faces. It was great working with you, Dr. Brummett, and the team. It's a really great team we have here in Newington. I know we have off for the summer. I'd love if we could be proactive. I made the joke about I want policies to start looking at, but that's just who I am. I'm a type A. And I also will add, because I used to spend my summers volunteering with aquarium, if you go to the beach or you bring your kids to the beach, leave the horseshoe crabs alone. They're so vital to our ecosystem. They're living fossils, and their blue blood is used in the medical field. So they're gentle, they're scary looking, put them back in the ocean, leave them alone. Thank you.
Thank you for the words of wisdom.
I just want to thank everyone. It was great. And, thank you, Dr. Brummett, for your leadership, and leading our districts. We appreciate all your work that you do. And I'm excited, and I'll see you all on Friday.
Yes. Mr. Holloran.
I promise it's late. I will keep it brief. I've had to censor myself. Thank you. Thank you to everyone. I think we have not always seen eye to eye, but I appreciate the education and perspective that I've gotten from everybody who sat at this table. And I'm with Brittany. Give me more work to do. The kids matter. And I think that that's a reminder of what we're here for. We got to do some boring stuff. We got to do some budgets. We got to do some evaluations. We got to do some policies, some curriculum, some facilities, some finances. But remember, it's about the students, and the culture of kindness is what we need to remember, that it is our job to protect.
Go ahead, Mary.
Super brief. Super brief. Thank you, Dr. Brummett, to your team. Thank you, Deb. You're hiding back there, keeping us on the straight and narrow, making sure that we're following the rules. It's been an honor and a pleasure to work with all of you. And, some of you are new to me. Some of you I've known for a little bit, but it's been really fun and a wonderful learning experience, and an honor to serve our community. So thank you very, very much. I'll read some policy over the summer too.
With that motion to adjourn.
Second.
Any discussion? Happy birthday, Zoe.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Sean.
birthday,
And Sean.
All of our loved ones. It's our birthdays today, so we'll see. I'm gonna make
For the
it home
next
in 30
20
minutes.
minutes, I'll go wake her
up.
Okay. All right. All those.
No.
My
Oh,
boyfriend
her
and her,
boyfriend.
yeah,
And Zoe.
and Zoe.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Good night.
Night.